What is it? It's 125 on a, is it Thursday morning? I think it's Thursday morning. Okay, disclaimer. Nothing I say is my words. These are all George Soros. I'm just a paid actor, so if you have a problem with what I say, just go harass him. I'm joking. I don't know George Soros. That'd be kind of cool. I wish I could get some George Soros money. Whatever. That's. I mean, you know, the whole point is to be able to say anything without consequences, right? Like, you know, I believe in freedom of speech. Not really. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. Do. Is there a car? There's a car behind me, but it's going the other way. This is slower. Okay, so I've been doing a lot of biking around, and the cool thing about biking is like 2/3 of my brain is dedicated to not getting hit by cars. And you have to stay in the moment. When you bike around, you kind of have to pay attention, or you'll die because you'll get hit by a car. But like walking around, I can kind of like half-ass this. Like 80% of my brain is free right now. Maybe 10 to 20%. And I gotta kind of look out for cars, but not really. There's no wind in my hair. You know, it's very slow. I'm going like 3 or 4 miles per hour, probably slower than that. I'm not getting, you know, when I'm biking, sometimes I get especially on that fucking road bike. Shit, I can fucking ruin my lungs doing that shit. Like, you can really get that heartbeat up to like 180, near 200. You know, 160 is like a good number to aim for like a 20-minute or 40-minute exercise. But, you know, I don't know that there's a term they have in bicycling or exercise where they have like the levels. Like there's the thing you can do for like an hour or two, and that's called like O3. It's some 3 or 2 level. But sometimes I'll go up a hill and shit, I'll be in like the 4. You know, my heart will be near exploding. So I have to look up into what they call that. It's like sprinting, you know, you can sprint for like 10 seconds or 30 seconds. But you can't sprint for like an hour. You can jog for an hour. But you can't like sprint for an hour. I mean, most people probably, I don't know, statistically even some people probably can't jog for an hour. I don't know. Whatever. So I haven't done a walk and talk in a long time. Shit. What's in my brain? I only wrote down a couple things. Sometimes I have to write stuff down. I'll forget. I forget 99% of the shit I think. That one crazy guy from Moscow, Idaho. Every picture of him, he looks fucking insane. Like, so I had this joke in my head where I was like, what if he was actually innocent? Because he looks guilty as fuck. Like, every time I go to Fox News, it's like, I look at the guy and I go, he's guilty, right? Like, there's no way he's innocent. But then I was like, you know, what if there was like 1,000 pictures of him and they just went through and they found all the like creepy looking pictures? And then they had the 4 pictures of the people, whatever, the victims, and it's like they always look happy, and like you're like, oh man, this is a fucking terrible person. And then the 4 people that were killed were like good looking and shit. And you're like, he's bad. But then what if those, like all the other pictures look like, you know, what if you took those 4 pictures of those people killed, and then you put the crazy eyes on them, and you'd be like, and then you had like a smiley picture that I wrote down the guy's name, but it's in my notebook. But every picture of him is always like, his eyes are fucked up or something. I don't know. It's not that good of a joke. Moscow, Idaho. Moscow. What else? Shays Rebellion, Bacon Rebellion, and the Whiskey Rebellion. I googled these. I thought they were all around the time. I thought they were all around the time of George Washington. I think Bacon's Rebellion was around the 1600s. So if I've ever used Bacon's Rebellion as something around Washington, it was actually way before that. But the Whiskey Rebellion and Shays Rebellion were around the time of Washington. So because I always think of that. I'm always thinking of like George Washington, traitor or founder of the nation. Shay, traitor or or whiskey. I don't know who the whiskey guy was. I like the bacon one better because like I like to imagine a bunch of people like fighting over bacon, but that was back in the 1660s or 1460s or something like that. Whiskey, you got to fight over a whiskey. That was in Pennsylvania, I think. And then Shay was in Massachusetts, I think. It was about debt and farmers. So, yeah, I'm always thinking about that. I'm always thinking of like Trump, Adolf Hitler, or George Washington, or FDR, or Churchill, or who is he really? Did you know at the end of World War II, Hitler escaped on a U-boat to Argentina, and he was abducted by aliens, and he hijacked the UFO, and in the 80s, he's now the leader of the UFO alien cult up in space, and he's been kidnapping humans, and he takes their skin off. He clones himself, so actually, Donald Trump is Hitler. He was kidnapped in the 80s, and they took the skin off Donald Trump, and then it's actually Hitler underneath. Actually, 99% of humans in the world are actually Hitler with other people's skin on them. So, very little known fact. Most people don't know that. That's a joke, by the way. I don't actually believe that. It's just a fun idea. I don't know. Hitler, heroic leader of Germany, or person who, he did get Germany divided in half for 50 years, and he got a lot of people killed. Not a good guy, or hero. He could be either. I don't, I'll never know. That one guy from Moscow, Idaho, I'll never know what he did. I mean, I can only guess. So, Crazy eyes, though. Crazy eyes. Reminds me of that guy from, was it Colorado? What was the third Batman movie? There was The Dark Knight, and then there was The Dark Knight Rises or something, or the third one with Bane. That is the only movie in my entire life I went to see at midnight. And then some guy in Colorado, I think, shot up a theater or something. He had crazy eyes, too. He looked kind of like that. He had the same eyes as that. I should look up that guy. I wrote the guy's name down. What is it? It's, what is his name? God damn it, I have to open the bag. Koberger. I didn't write down the name of the guy. I didn't write down the name of the guy for the theater thing, but whatever. He had crazy eyes too, I think, so whatever. Oh, I had this good joke. Here's a good joke. It's to understand this joke, you have to go listen to the Dolly Parton song called it's called Seeker. It's like you have to go listen to it. So I'll sit here for 3 minutes in silence walking. Is there a way for me to do this? So at it's 9:40 right now. 3 minutes later, I'll start talking again. 12:40. So you're gonna go listen to Seeker by Dolly Parton to understand this joke. 12:40. 12:40 on this thing. You're listening to Seeker right now, right? 12:40. You know, you could just, you know, they can push pause, but I think there's way too much polish on YouTube, and you know, I think it's important that YouTube creators have a lower esteem of their YouTube audience than they do. I think way too many YouTubers have too high of an esteem for their audience. And 12:40, right? It's 10. So 2 more minutes, and then I'll start the joke again. So here's some traffic. Here's some cars. How much time left? 11:20. So 12:40. Still got a minute, 40 seconds before I can continue this joke. $11:55. 12:40. So I still got 40 seconds. Is it a 3-minute song or a 3:30 song? I think it's like a 3-minute song. Her songs were pretty short, if I remember correctly. You know, you could have just told him to pause, but this is funnier. This is I think this is funnier. How much time left? 25 seconds, so 14 seconds left. Then I can continue this joke about Dolly Parton and the song Seeker. And what was it? Okay, it's good enough. So that song is about, if I remember correctly, I've only listened to that song maybe 5 or 10 times in my life. It's like, I am the seeker, and somewhat about reaching and seeking. You know, if you want to be kind of like subversive, it's a dom sub song, right? It's a, you know, so like if a person supports Donald Trump, are you kind of Donald Trump is the dom and then you're the sub? Or if, you know, if you support Barack Obama, you're the sub and he's the dom, right? Isn't that kind of how leadership works or something? Oh, yeah, so this was going to connect to, what was this going to connect to? You know, you got to be careful. I got to be careful with my jokes, because I talked to, you know, I was going to talk about Eric and Dylan, and I was going to talk about Leopold and Loeb. So so this does connect to Dolly Parton. It's just, it's a very convoluted joke. There's no real joke in there, is there? Supposedly, the people who shot up Columbine, one of them was like a follower, and one was like the leader. And then in Leopold and Loeb, it was very similar, actually. One was the dom and one was the sub, you know. That's not really funny. So where's the joke in this? Hey, there's a free bike. You want to steal a free bike? What's going on here, buddy? Someone just left a bike here. Walked up. Huh. Don't steal their bike. I was just... Oh, I'm on a tangent now because, you know, I was talking about Dolly Parton, but that bike distracted me. My road bike... I have a road bike and I have a mountain bike. I paid $200 for a used road bike, and it was worth like $300-400. It's a nice fucking road bike. That's a fucking tight road bike. That's a fucking sexy road bike, and it's a pretty good road bike. Now my mountain bike is like 10 years old. It doesn't change gears. It's a rugged piece of shit, but it's rugged, and its tires don't pop. Like, I can fucking run over stones and the fucking tires don't pop. But that road bike is a fucking prissy little fucking bitch. And if I run over a fucking stone, it fucking pops a tire. So it's kind of... so what was the point? Oh, my tire popped on my fucking road bike. Okay, sorry, I thought I could burp. And I had to buy these new outer tires. And I went down to the bike store. They didn't have them in stock, so I was just like, I told them, hey, if you have them in stock, I'll buy them. But I'm just going to buy them off Amazon if you don't have them, because it's cheaper to buy them off Amazon. And so I go on Amazon and I buy them like a day later. And I didn't look, and now I realized that I looked at the order, and like they're not going to come in till like 2 weeks. So I didn't look at how fast they'd be delivered. So I'm going to be out of a road bike for like 2 weeks, which is kind of lame. I still have a mountain bike, but that thing is slow compared to that road bike. So I guess I have to walk now for... I'll half bike, half walk again. So, I'm not going to go now. There's a car coming. Shit. I got to figure this out. So red, 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 green. Can I sneak across? There's a car up there. So, I mean, I still have a mountain bike, but it's, you know, in terms of effort and speed, it doesn't go as fast, and the gears are fucked up. And I can only go, it has 6 gears maybe. I'm stuck in one. What's that fucker doing? Crazy people, man. Person waved at me. That's cool. I got a free wave. They probably think I'm a prostitute or something. I'm not gonna fuck you, so if you're looking for a prostitute, you're looking for someone else. Okay, so what was that? Road bike, walking, Dolly Parton, Seeker, Leopold and Loeb, Eric and Dylan. You got to be careful. I have to be careful. I have some not obsessions. I've spent like 30 minutes to an hour looking up Eric and Dylan. I know more about Leopold and Loeb actually, because the guy who was involved in The Wizard of Oz, it was actually supposed to be the Silver Road, not the Yellow Brick Road, because he was supposed to. He wanted the silver. He wanted silver to be used as bullion or cash. What was his fucking name? He had a name, and he was famous. Clarence Doward? Clarence something. And he had to defend those guys, because it was the first insanity case, was Leopold and Loeb. And Leopold and Loeb, one of them was like the son of like a Sears Roebuck executive. And he thought he was like a Nietzschean Superman, and he killed like some 10-year-old kid or something. But they did it just to prove they could. They didn't have like a good reason. And it was very much like Eric and Dylan, because it was like one of them was a dom, one was a sub, and wasn't the healthiest thing in the world, but you know, that was. And then Eric and Dylan were in 98, 98, 99. I think they wanted to blow up a whole school, which is, you know, they're famous for like killing like 20 people, but the problem with them was their bombs didn't go off, but even then, you know. But that was the point. One of them was like a dom and one was a sub. That was the point of the Dolly Parton song, right? Clarence Darrow? He was also involved in like the Scopes monkey trial, I believe. So yeah, where's the joke in this? Where is the joke in this? Don't follow people? If you're following Trump, how do you know if Trump is Hitler, or if he's Rasputin, or if he's Washington, or he's FDR or Reagan? You know, if you're following, I don't know which one was the leader, Leopold or Loeb or I don't know which one was the leader, Eric or Dylan. Don't know. I think it was the one who had the cut hair. He was the dom, and then the one with the more wavy hair, he was the one with, he was the sub, right? Huh. Follow the yellow brick road. It was supposed to be silver. He wanted to increase silver in the U.S. Clarence Darrow? Is that it? I don't know. Maybe I'm mixing this up, because I thought the Bacon Rebellion was around Washington, but that was in 1650 or something. I wrote down the year. What year was the Bacon Rebellion? It was 1676. So I was completely wrong about that. I could be lying. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Follow the yellow brick road. So I guess I don't have as many jokes as I thought I had. I had a joke where I was gonna memorize all 19 hijackers from 9/11, but that's not that funny. I had a joke where I don't know if I've done this one. After 9/11, George Bush, he invades Japan because Osama bin Laden was a big weeboo because he's a big fan of kamikaze pilots. So George Bush nipped that in the bud, if you know what I mean. He invaded Japan. 15 of the 19 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia. You know, he nipped that one in the bud, you know. So invade Japan because they were kamikaze pilots. 9/11, Seth MacFarlane and Mark Wahlberg were supposed to be on those flights. If you didn't know that. So Seth MacFarlane, I think, was had a hangover and he missed the flight. I don't know. Mark Wahlberg maybe did too. I don't know. Or it's a conspiracy. I don't know. I'll never know. I don't even know if 9/11 actually happened. I can't prove it. Oh man, do I have to pee? Do I have to fart? Oh yeah. That feels good. I don't fart when I'm biking. When I walk, I fart more. I wonder what that's about. That's weird. Some whiskey. Oh man. Yeah, so before I was walking, I spent like 2 minutes walking to the area before I started talking, and I had this joke I was thinking of, like Iran. You know how like Iran is in the shithole? Like America hates Iran because like there was the Shah, and then there was that Ayatollah Khomeini guy, and he took over and he took like American diplomats hostage for, I'm gonna make up a number and say 1,000 days. I don't know how long it was. They got released like within a month of Reagan coming in. I think it was like the first week Reagan was in, they got released. There's a conspiracy that like Reagan kind of told him to wait till he became president to kind of fuck him. Nixon was supposed to have done that too. He was supposed to have done that to like Johnson, I think. But whatever, you know. So, you know, Iran's in the shithole. It's been in the shithole for a long time. since the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. And then in the Iraq war, they were sending like EFPs to fucking Iraq, I think, which are like really complicated bombs. They've been a bad actor. They've been a bad neighbor. Yeah, so this was a joke. I just wrote this one like, you know, on the 2-minute walk to my staging area, I came up with this one. Like a bad neighbor, Iran is there. It's a State Farm joke. So they're a bad neighbor. They're a destabilizing influence in the region. So I was thinking to myself, I was like, how could Iran get on the good side of America? And I was like, they have a lot of oil. I think they have like they're probably one of those top 10 countries. I'm guessing, I don't know if this is true, but I'm assuming in terms of reserves, they have like a top 10 reserve of oil. So like, how big of a bribe would they have to give Trump? You know, how many, like, he gets 10% of he gets 10% of the oil profits. Are we friends with Iran now? Would it be like a quarter? Would it be a half? You know, because they've had like 30, 40 years of being a bad neighbor. But if they gave 10% of the money, he could get us out of national debt. He could take the Iranian money from oil and use it to pay off the U.S. debt. There's an idea, Trump. How about you take that one? And then, because isn't it always like Obama wanted to like make it easier for you know, he wanted to open up all the economics with Iran, and Trump clamped that shit back down, right? And like Israel and Iran are at war, kinda. I wonder what's going to happen there. Is it going to be like a regime change, or what's going to happen there? Is this going to be a forever war? Is this going to be a 5-year, 10-year war? Or is this because this is a weird war, this Israel, or did they stop that war now? I don't know. I haven't been watching the news enough. I should probably watch the news more. Yeah, I think it was like 3 or 4 days ago. Trump was like really angry because he did a peace accord, and they each kind of followed it, but they didn't follow it. It was kind of, then Trump took it personally. I have this paranoia. I have a notebook in my pocket, and I write down just random thoughts. And one of my thoughts was, the reason that war started was like 2 or 3 years ago. A bunch of, there was like this music festival in Israel. Like Bonnaroo, if you know what Bonnaroo is, or maybe Burning Man. And there was all these fucking hippies in Israel. They were probably doing a bunch of drugs and shit. And then these Muslim people came over in hang gliders and killed like 1,000 people, I think. You know, and I was, one of the jokes I had was, it was like, shoot up music festival. And I was comparing it to like, Benjamin Netanyahu is a conservative in Israel. And the joke was going to be, but it looks bad in the notebook. Like, it looks like I'm shoot up a music festival. No, it's about Benjamin Netanyahu allowed, he let a, it'd be like if Nixon or Trump allowed Bonnaroo to be shot up. That was kind of the joke, but, and then I realized I should be careful what I write down. You know, because those people at that music festival were a bunch of fucking hippies, probably. You know. You should be careful what you say more, but I don't know. It's too much work. Oh, I had this joke about Hitler being an artist, and the whole premise of the joke was Hitler was going to be a pothead. And then all the things Hitler said, I was going to say like in a pothead voice. So it'd be like, because Hitler was an artist, right? He was like a guy on the streets selling postcards. He sold paintings, I think. But I don't think he was like a hippie. I don't think he did a lot of drugs. But you people don't know that. You know, you're naive. You'll fall for this. He's an artist. So he's like all Bonnaroo hippies, all Burning Man, acid taking, marijuana smoking, you know. So like the whole premise of the joke would be like, dude, man, we gotta like kill all the Jews, take a hit of this bong, man. I don't know, I thought it was I guess it doesn't work. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. I don't think that was actually a story. But, Dude, man, are you tired of, like, the capitalist elites holding you down, man? Like, it's the intergalactic people from, like, you know, like the elitists, the globalists, man. Juice. And, like, dude, man, they take a hit, man. Yeah, I haven't been talking. I'm not good at this. So the connection is supposed to be Hitler is the teacher and you are the seeker. And Hitler will give you a hit of marijuana and tell you who to hate. Or Rasputin or Brigham Young or Jesus or Muhammad or whoever you want, you know. You're the sub, they're the dom. That joke sucks. That joke sucks bad, dude. I had another good one. Here was the other good one, I think. This one might actually be funny. So how does this go? I have to set this up right. There's the premise of this joke is you ever seen one of them Christian churches that's like non-denominational, all-inclusive? So the premise of this joke is you just take any group and you throw that on there. So like, so the premise of this joke would be, I'm a Muslim, but I'm a it's not sectarian. It's what is it called? Non-denominational, non-sectarian, all-inclusive. I'm a Muslim who's non-denominational, non-sectarian, all-inclusive. You know, I don't care what you believe as long as you have jihad in your heart. So, and then you could do that joke to the Nazis or any group. You can do that joke to pretty much any group. And then it kind of becomes just like a whitewash. Is it a whitewashing of anything? We're NAMBLA. Renan. I keep forgetting the first one. It's non-denominational, non-sectarian, we're all inclusive. And then it's NAMBLA, which is a very dirty organization. So you can do that with any organization, though, I guess. So. It was funnier in my head. I apologize. It's Soros' fault. It's a little hot. I need some wind in my hair. I do have water. Maybe I can drink some water. Do 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 do. Not funny. Chick-fil-A, chicken sandwich. I don't have anything. Shit. You've been biking. You haven't done a walk and talk in like a week. Shouldn't you have like some fucking ideas? I never write them down. Like, I know I've been biking around and sometimes I'll have an idea and I'll laugh, but I don't write it down, so I can't remember it. These fucking ideas, they're just ethereal. If you don't write them down, they kind of just go in and out. Chick-fil-A supply. Yellow vest. It's like ADD. It's just shit comes in, shit comes out. Nothing really stays in my head. Just kind of moves and meanders. It's just random shit. Whatever I see on the news is what I'll be thinking about. So it's kind of, it's kind of bad to watch the news. So sometimes it's like you just want to walk around and just look at nothing happening. Because then you're like, hey, nothing's actually happening. Look at this, nothing's happening. Literally nothing's fucking happening. If I go on Fox News, there's like terrible shit happening. But if I just walk around, you know, like, looks like nothing's happening. There's a guy putting some chicken sandwiches in a fucking freezer. So, go put those chicken sandwiches in that freezer. So tomorrow at lunch, people can eat Chick-fil-A sandwiches. There's a cop over there. What's that? I can't tell. Is that a car or a Jeep? My eyes are fucked. I think it's a car or a Jeep. One of the two. He's over there taking a nap, probably. Because, I mean, look at this. I mean, imagine how boring your job would be. There's literally nothing happening. You can't blame him for taking a nap, right? It's boring, you know? I feel bored for him or her. Oh, yeah. And there's the place that's open, even though they're not open. And there's a coffee place that opened. It's the new Starbucks. I mean, maybe they go out of business. I don't. There's one for like Dutch. There's one that's like a windmill. And they make coffee. I wonder if they're gonna put Starbucks out of business. Is this 7 Brew gonna put? Yeah, because Starbucks is fucking Seattle. They're a bunch of fucking hippie Democrats. There's got to be like a Southern coffee brand. Is that what 7B is? They're like the Southern. You'll have like regional chains. We don't like that Starbucks coffee because, you know, Starbucks is all Seattle-ish. Whereas 7 Brew is, I'm gonna guess Southern. I don't actually know where 7 Brew comes from. Regional chains. Carl's Jr., Hardee's. It's all owned by the same people. 7 Brew is actually owned. I'm making this up. I don't know if it's true, but 7 Brew is owned by Starbucks. And Starbucks is going to get kicked out of the South. And 7 Brew will be the good old boy coffee company. Maybe. Or maybe they serve really good coffee. Are they cheaper? I don't know. What about that windmill place? Are they good? They have a windmill. There's Moe's, and then there's Chipotle, and then there's another. How many burrito places are there? Moe's, Chipotle. I don't know. So there was another one, I think. There's a crappy one up here called like California. It's not very good, but I wonder if they're out of business yet. You think they're out of business? As soon as Chipotle came in here, they were going out of business, right? There's a bread place. They serve bread, probably. Go in there and there's like Danishes and coffee. I think they have like turkey sandwiches, maybe. I don't know. There's Walmart up here. They're just a big chain. They just sell a little bit of everything. They're kind of like Kmart. Anyone remember Kmart? Very similar to Kmart, but maybe Costco, Sam's Club. I don't know. Eventually all cities will have Amazon one-day delivery on like half of the goods they sell, maybe. So it'll be like, instead of a Walmart, it'll be a big fucking warehouse. In any city over like 30 or 40,000, there'll be a Walmart. It'll be bigger than Walmart. And it'll just have trucks that deliver to you within like 4 or 5 hours, 2 hours. With drones. How about drones? That'd be kind of cool. They're going to put Walmart. You think Amazon will put Walmart out of business? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Take that, Walmart. You put Kmart out of business, and now Amazon's going to put you out of business, bitch. Remember in the 90s when everyone hated Walmart because Walmart was putting everybody else out of business? All the mom and pop shops? You don't really have anything to contribute, do you? Here was a good one. I had this one. It was, he was going to do like a YouTuber joke where like, don't forget to use a VPN because you see those towers over there? They're trying to like brainwash me, but I have a VPN. And they keep the, it's like an aluminum foil hat. That's what a VPN is. Not that funny. Yeah, he was watching Network. Not the movie, but just like clips from it. And the clips from Network are, I don't know, it's... My thoughts have no connections to each other. It's one of those weird things. It dawns on me that all my thoughts are just random non sequiturs that don't connect together. There's no story to any of my thoughts. They're just random without connection. You're a madman. Mad as a hatter. Because that movie's about... It's like a news anchor. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it. But then the network takes his message and turns it into the network eats whatever it is. That's kind of the point. Like, I was thinking of Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan is like famously very short. And in the year 2000 or 2002 or 3, he was on the Man Show. And if you would have asked me when I was in high school, is Joe Rogan going to be relevant in 20 years? I would have said no. But he's like very relevant, right? And I was trying to think about this and I was like, maybe he's got like a real desire. He cares. Whereas like, I just don't give a shit and I'll never be successful because I don't care. But you know, like he really puts effort into his shit, right? And you know, because he's like this little midget guy and like, you know, I'm shitting on him because he's successful, probably. I was listening to this thing where it's like, because some of his guests are really good. Like, I think that's part of it. And then I saw this one where it was a Scientology guy. It was a terrible guest. And then you're like, okay, it's about the guests. And then you're like, okay, is that true? I don't know. Someone needs to, because he has the way it sounded is he hired out. He's not directly involved in getting his guests, right? So he could hire someone and be like, get me the best guests. You know, you don't know the structure of it. Because he comes off as a very humble person, right? Like, but there's probably a lot of effort going on behind the scenes. That's my thesis is, because, you know, like, I think everybody underestimates him, right? Like, it's like a short little midget guy. But I think he's literally giving like 1,000%. So he probably deserves all the success he has. Is kind of the point. You know, but because one of the lines I always remember is Tom Green had a podcast in the early 2000s, because podcasts were an invention around maybe 2006 or 7. And then Tom Green had this idea where like you could have your own Jay Leno show, like Jay Leno, you know, just like a 30-minute show on the internet for 1,000th of the price that Jay Leno pays, you know, but using internet technology. And internet technology gives everybody a voice. Everybody in the fucking world has a voice now. Supposedly. I don't know if that's true, but there is the YouTube algorithm, and it's an interesting question. Do people have voices? And, you know, it relates to network. Because when Network came out, there was like 3 channels. And now there's like 1 billion channels. You can listen to anything you fucking want to hear, which is, I don't know if that's good or bad, but there's something. So that's kind of why Network's interesting, because it's like, Back in the old days, like if you wanted to publish a book, you had to get like the king's permission and get a stamp. You couldn't just like print a book out. You know, you can't just say whatever the fuck you want to say. You have to, you know, there's rules to that. You know, you can't have anybody saying anything, right? Oh man. There's no connection. What is it? You know, I don't know what the fuck this is about. It's about walking around and saying nothing is actually happening. And if I watch the news, something's happening. But in the real world, it's just like nothing really happening. I don't know. Chick-fil-A, chicken sandwiches. In nature, there are creatures that have what's called camouflage. So to know reality is to be at an advantage. You do not know reality. Your intelligence allows you to determine what reality is. But you aren't guaranteed to know what reality is. I'm assuming that's a chicken truck sandwich. Chicken truck supply truck for Chick-fil-A. It could be something else. It could be, you know, from Breaking Bad, there's a meth truck in there maybe. I don't know. There's another cop car. I'm assuming it's a cop car. It could be a MS-13 gang car painted as a Florence Police Department car. I'll never know. You know, they could be camouflaged. I'll never know. There's a pig. I think they serve barbecue. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. The Revolution will not... Is that from Network? I've never actually watched the movie. I know what the movie's about, but I haven't watched it. That guy from Minnesota who shot the guy, he had like a cop car, or it looked like a cop car, right? I think I heard that on Fox News. I think that was true, right? He had something that looked like a cop car. Huh. Yeah, I think you should probably stick to biking, dude. Like, you've lost your ability to... You were never a good talker, actually, but... You know, you've gotten worse because you haven't talked in, like, a week. So now you're really terrible, actually. One day walking, one day biking. It's so addicting to bike, though. It's like the wind in your hair. You know, the... Yeah, but I only have a mountain bike now, so I can't go fast. I'm stuck in 1.7. So like I have my, you know, I have a 3 sprocket and like a 7 or an 8 sprocket. And my, like 6 of the 7 or 6 of the 8 work on the back. But I'm stuck in 1, so I can't go fast on my mountain bike. Whereas with my road bike, which weighs like half as much as that mountain bike, I can go like pretty fucking fast. Like the limiter is my fucking lungs and my leg muscles, which I will literally start coughing like a cigarette smoker. Even though I don't smoke cigarettes, because it's literally that hard of cardio to bike that fucking thing, you know, in like a high gear. And the wind goes through your hair. It's actually kind of fun, which is... So like 2 weeks I gotta wait on a fucking tire. God damn it. Do I fucking cancel the order and then order another one? Because it was a really good deal. It was like 2 tires for 50 or 60 bucks. It's the outer part, not the tube. The actual outer part broke. because the pressure on those things, the road bike runs at like 90 psi, whereas the mountain bike runs at like 35 or 45. And like I just went out there one day and the tire was popped, and it had popped the outer fucking tire. Because don't ask me, I don't know. I'm assuming it's because they're really old tires, right? Like they're probably 5 or 6 year old outer tires. They probably just break. So does rubber go bad? I think it does. I'm not a rubber expert. Are they even made out of rubber? I have no fucking clue. So I went down to this bike shop around here, and it is so I went down there and I was like, hey, if you got a fucking outer tire you'll sell me and you have it in stock, I'll buy it off you that day. And I would have paid 20-30% extra. I'd have paid probably $40 for it. After that I would have started been like, okay. And I was like, if you don't have it, I'm gonna buy it off fucking Amazon. And then this like doofus like noob guy there, and and I'd bike there on my mountain bike, and my mountain bike was stuck in one gear. So the mountain bike was stuck in like 1/6, and but it also slipped all the time. It was always slipping. The back gear would constantly fucking slip unless I put pressure on the fucking gear with my thumb. So I had to put, I don't know, half of my hand pressure on the thumb, and it hurt my thumb. After doing that for 30 minutes or an hour, my thumb started to hurt, right? So I go down there, and I know vaguely how those gears work. It's a wire, and it's based on how tight the wire is. It pulls the what is that thing called in the back? It's got a name. What is the fucking thing in the back called? God damn it. I'm gonna figure this out. Okay, so it's a chain, sprockets, derailleur. Is it called a derailleur? Is it a railer? Is it a derailleur? And the derailleur, it goes like this based on the pressure that a wire that goes from your handlebars to it exerts. So you can tighten the wire, and it's a 10-year-old bike, so the wire got like loose, or I probably hit it, or I don't even know what happened. It was a bike I didn't use, and it was stuck in 1/7. So I go down there, and I'm just trying to get my road bike fixed, and I asked the guy, I'm like, hey, can you just because I tried pulling it off and tightening it, and the wire, it's basically a wire held with a nut, and I would try and pull the wire out, and it was stuck in there. I had a Gerber, and I tried pulling the wire out, and the wire was stuck in there, even though I took the nut off, because it's really just supposed to be a wire held down by like a bolt or a nut or something. But it was stuck in there, and I was like, hey, can you fix this? I'll give you like $20. It was like a 10-minute solution, and I was thinking it'd be like a 30-minute solution. He has a fucking stand. They know more than me. They're fucking bike mechanics, right? They have like 1,000, 10. I have like 20, 30 hours of bike fixing experience. I patched some tires. Beyond that, I don't really know what the fuck I'm doing. And I'm like, hey, I'll give you $20, $40 to fix this. And he spends like 10, 20 minutes and he fixes it. And he's like, he'll do it for free. And I was like, dude, man, that's worth. So I gave the guy $20, but like he didn't want the money, but that was worth more than $20 to me. That was a good deal for me. Like 10 minutes or 20 minutes of that guy's time, and I got that fucking thing. It's half working now. It still sucks, but it's not as bad. It doesn't slip, and I have 6 gears instead of 1, so that's pretty fucking cool. So, it's not really a good story, is it? You know, because if they want to be assholes, they could be like, we spent, you know, because he spent 20 minutes trying to fix it. You know, they can charge, I think those bike shops can charge like $50 an hour. They can be like fucking plumbers. They can be assholes if they want. And, you know, just throw them a 20 for 20 minutes of work. And I couldn't fix it myself. I probably spent an hour trying to fix it. And I was scared I'd break it. Like, I knew how it worked. I knew that it was a wire and it clamped down with a nut, but it wouldn't come out. I took the nut off, but it was still, the wire was still stuck in there. So, whatever. I want my road bike back. God damn it. This is slow. I can bike around the city in like 45 minutes on my road bike. It takes me like 4 hours to walk around it. Way too slow. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Holy moly. So boring. Yeah, it's kind of a stupid song, that Dolly Parton song. Because it's like, Dolly Parton's worth like a couple $100 million, right? But she's like, you know, I'm a nobody, but she's looking for somebody to follow. But she's fucking Dolly Parton, you know, like she's pretty smart, and she's got like a theme park and shit, and like, very weird song. Very, there's some manipulation going on there. There's the movie The Bodyguard, which has Whitney Houston sing. It's Dolly Parton sang that song. It's My Heart Will Go On, or that's Titanic, I think. Whatever. There's the Bodyguard song from Whitney Houston. More cop action down here. Tickets. What if you heard gunshots? What if you were just like, you heard bam, bam, bam? That'd be kind of funny. Not funny, but, you know, I've never heard gunshots in Florence, so good job, cops. I've never heard gunshots, so I guess they're doing their job well. You have to nip that shit in the bud. It's the Giuliani thing. It's called broken windows theory. You gotta like, the person was going 2 miles per hour over the speed limit. You gotta pull them over. It's a Giuliani tactic. It's called small rule infractions must be harshly enforced. That way you don't get, you know, real crimes, right? I saw The Wire one time, and in that one, it's you're allowed to drink a beer as long as you put a bag around the beer. That was the moral of The Wire, right? Like, you can't drink a beer. This is water, by the way, but if this was a beer, you have to put a brown bag around the beer. You can't just be like, I'm drinking a beer out in public. You have to put a brown bag around it. I think that's actually a conservative show. I mean, I think a lot of liberals like it, but when I watched it, I just remember thinking, you know, there wasn't an answer. That was kind of the moral of the story. Like, anything you do isn't going to solve anything. That was kind of because there's this one season where this guy's like, we're going to legalize drugs. And it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't work. It's kind of like fucking California. You know, you just have people walking around fucking high as shit. But they're in one area, which is kind of like a red light district maybe, but for drugs. I liked McNulty. McNulty was my favorite character because, you know, he's an idiot who thinks he's a genius, but he's actually just an idiot. You know, Basid McNulty. Do. She's gonna do like Hickory Hills and then turn it around. I don't feel like doing a full fucking walk. I might go biking. I don't know. Like a 2-hour walk and like an hour bike ride. That'd be good. I gotta get some wind in my hair. I can't do a 4-hour fucking walk. I don't have enough to talk about. If I've ever said the word sodium penthol, I believe I googled this. It's truth serum. I was looking for another word, so I probably look like an idiot. So there's this one joke I keep doing in my head where it's like, it's basically a way of saying you're going to do something stupid, and then the state's going to inject you with lethal injection. I don't know if I've ever done that joke, but because you know, there's like a veiled threat. You know, you can threaten someone without like, you know, like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. You know, here like a veiled threat might be, you're going to make me get sodium penthol, which it's not sodium penthol. It's the one that kills you. You're going to make, it's a veiled death threat, right? I don't know. But I googled sodium penthol, and it's actually a different drug, which made me feel very stupid because it's not, because it's a truth serum, and I was not looking for truth serum. I was looking for the one they give to like you know, death penalty things or whatever. Sodium pentanol or something? I don't. It's not that well, it's funny to me because I got the wrong drug, but laughing gas. Seriously? Is it laughing gas? I don't. Okay, so here's how this connects. I was working at this place, and they wanted me to be like a quality control. Maybe, I don't know. I'm paranoid. I got a little bit of paranoia. And here's the thing about quality control, in my understanding. You have executive abilities. Executive abilities would be like, you know, I'm walking around here, and a cop pulls up. He feels threatened. He pulls a gun out. He shoots me. You know, I didn't do anything. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. You understand the concept of executive. Who gets to make decisions? So you're hired to do a task, and your task is to, let's say, diagram all the problems of something, like diagram Florence's problems. I'm making this up. I have no fucking clue what's going on in Florence. But, you know, the people who are being watched, I would be watching these people. I don't have executive ability to do anything to those people. So I'm basically a middleman that hides, because executive ability, when I say executive ability, in a business, that would be hiring and firing, wages. Hiring and firing and wages would probably be the two big ones in my brain. It's basically a way that the people in charge cannot act like they're in charge. Now, writing a report and handing a report to someone is one thing, but then being verbal, being used as a prop, because that's what the people at the top do. They use people as props. They're not responsible. They've hired people to, that's the part I object to, because what's the point of like diagramming their problems when I can't do anything about it? You're supposed to because they're going to hate me. They're not going to hate the fucking boss. I've been around people long enough to know people are idiots. They hate the cops. They don't hate the mayor or the people who actually tell them what to do. And that's why I despise middle management. I'm against all middle management. You're either responsible or you're not. And the people in the top, they just want... The analogy I would give is you have a doctor, and a doctor sticks his hand up your ass to check your colonoscopy. Middle managers are kind of like the gloves. They're just disposable nobodies. Whereas the people at the top who actually, because they're not going to tell you how the money works either, which is really what it's about. You have a mistake. Is the mistake a $10 mistake? Is it a $100 mistake? Is it a $1,000 mistake? Is it a $100,000 mistake? If some guy over there steals a candy bar out of that Mapco, is that a $5 mistake? Whereas if a bank robbery happens and someone's killed, that's like a $1 million mistake. You have to assign numbers to things. Otherwise, your feet cannot touch the ground. And from what I can tell, the people at the top don't want you they don't want you reading reality for what it is, which is basically numbers. And they hide the numbers and they hide reality from you. And they want you to be responsible, but you don't actually know what's going on. So you're responsible for something that you have zero ability to actually control. You're just you're a glove for a doctor that is expendable. And, because what's the point of doing something if you have no influence in what actually happens? I shouldn't have used the cop shooting analogy. They have body cameras now, and if I ran up to a cop and I was punching at him, they probably have to use mace and a taser first. They probably can't just shoot you. I don't know their SOPs, but then again, maybe they are. I don't know. I'm not here to. But I'm talking about executive ability, the actual ability to influence the situation, which is, a taser or mace is the ability to influence the situation, is it not? Whereas, also the person above me was acting reckless, and I was going to be stuck fixing a reckless person's problems. I mean, these people were really stupid. They didn't even have cameras in their fucking work environment, and he thought he was friends with his coworkers, which, if you know anything about capitalism, you know that none of us are friends with each other, right? We're all... I don't give a shit about any of you people. It's basically dog eat dog, and it actually aggravates me quite a bit because I started Googling this when I was born in '86. So there used to be a big factory around here called TJ's, and they made t-shirts out in Industrial Park. I don't know how many people they employed, but I would guess 1,000 maybe. They were a big t-shirt maker. And then fucking Clinton fucked that up. He didn't NAFTA. I wonder how many people worked there. It might have been more than that. It might have been 3,000-4,000. I don't know. I was in elementary school. I don't know the numbers. And a 5-minute Google search did not give me a good answer. I spent a good 5 minutes Googling it, okay? What do you expect from me? But the city used to have 1,000 people who made t-shirts. And then Clinton did NAFTA. And it went to Mexico or something. And, anytime someone talks to me like they're my friend, I want to punch them in their fucking nigger face. Because I know you're not my friend. I know, I think there's a business cycle where Like right now, the business cycle is the people at the top are like, everybody, we're friends. You know, Donald Trump is a populist, right? And populism is about, we're all friends. We're all eating American pie, apple pie. But, you know, at the end of the day, what's going to happen is, I was working at this place. You have actual skills. You have a skill you have where, you know, like a person can weld, a person can drive a forklift, a person can drive an 18-wheeler, a person knows C++, a person knows how to fly a helicopter. Those are skills. Being part of a group is not a skill. It's a useless thing, actually, because we're not actually a group. We're actually individuals, which could connect to Seeker, but I don't know. Whatever. I am the Seeker. There's no teachers. I don't trust teachers. I'm against teachers. I don't trust that Rasputin. I don't trust Obama. I don't trust Trump. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I'm kind of, And all I see is like a empty street, you know, but you're not actually looking that hard. Is there even, I've never been to Israel. Does Israel exist? Maybe. Maybe it doesn't. If you don't own something, you are not responsible for it. That is my motto. And anyone who tries to convince you you're responsible for something you don't own is basically a cult leader. So, which is kind of a negative attitude, actually. I've been accused of that, having a negative attitude. I don't know. I haven't made my mind up on this one yet. Still got to figure this one out. Is it all really just a popularity contest? I mean, that's so... It makes me sad in a way. You want to think there's some sort of... something you can put your feet on, like a ground, you know, like a you know, because if you know anything about management, you know that one of your main goals as management is make sure they're floundering and they can't actually touch reality. As in, you know, you have Christianity. Christianity does it, right? 3 and 1, the same number. You expect me to believe that? You know, 72 virgins. Here, strap a bomb to your chest. You'll get 72 virgins, or 76. You know, it's... I guess that does make me anti-societal in a way, because, you know, I pretty much have hit a point where I think all human beings are basically full of shit, but whatever. I'm the one who's gonna have to eat crow for that one, I guess. Makes me easy. It makes me an easy victim, I guess, which is not good. If only I could be part of the KKK club, or the Blood Club, or the Cop Club, or the Democrat Club, or the, you know, because as an individual, you're gonna get beat down by a gang, basically. There's no. There's no joke in here, actually. That's the problem with this, is you're just a jaded loser, and you're trying to be, yeah, whatever. Oh well. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Being someone's prop. It's like a trophy wife, right? Here's my trophy wife. Yeah, conquest. In China, they had these things called eunuchs. I wonder if the mayor of Florence has eunuchs. I wonder if Trump has eunuchs. I wonder if Obama had eunuchs. Unix, Unix, Unix. So like this Residence Inn right here, I'm gonna assume it's owned by I don't know, is there a Marriott family? There's a person who owns it, right? But they don't write SOPs. They hire like a guy who manages it probably. There's probably some guy in there who makes like $80,000 a year. He's a hotel manager probably. But he doesn't own it, right? But he's responsible for it, which is where I get confused. How can you be responsible for something you don't own? You're responsible for convincing the person who owns it that you're good enough to run it. I mean, I can understand that. But to say he's responsible for it... By the way, I have no clue who the... I mean, I'm using this as an example because I'm walking by it. You know, there's a disconnect between, you know, reality and... management is used as a glove, like I've said. It's a glove. It's not a... Alright. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So it's a fairness thing, but the world isn't fair. You're supposed to know that by now, right? You're not one of them naive idiots, are you? Probably am. Frank Dean. His name is Dean. His name is Frank. Like a bad neighbor, Iran is there. I hope Trump, if he's going to do a war with like Iran, I hope he at least gets some fucking oil out of it. You know, because Bush was an idiot. We got no oil out of fucking Iraq, right? It was just a big money sink. I'm hoping Trump is at least a cynical enough asshole that he gets some money out of it. Because wasn't that the thing? Like with the Ukraine, he was like, you have to give us half your mineral. It was like some mineral percentage. So he's going to be like, hey, Iran, give me a quarter of your oil. We'll be buddies. It's one of the things I actually do really like is, you know, I'm actually happy cops have cameras on them now. Because imagine, you know, being under the stress of like having to be, because they're managers, right? Aren't they managing the city in a certain way? You know, they have to, what are you thinking about that for? I don't know. I get the feeling that people at the top are disconnected from reality. That's why I like cameras. I think cameras could actually fix a lot of problems. But then you're gonna get fucking GPUs, fucking making artificial videos. Reality is still gonna be fucking distorted, right? You're still not gonna be able to know what the truth is. I'm still not gonna be able to tell. Is George Washington a traitor or a hero? Still don't know. The heroic Benedict Arnold fighting against the treacherous George Washington. That snake of a man, George Washington. He was a snake, you know that, right? He was a redcoat 1 minute in the French and Indian War. He was a redcoat. He was a flip-flopper. You know. Oh well. La-di-da, la-di-da. 1 minute a redcoat, the next minute a traitor. Disloyal to the king. You know, that good king. He was a paternal figure. I don't know which one was the king that America rebelled against. Louis. That was a French one, probably. It was probably an Edward or a... God, I should fucking know that. I literally can't... I don't know which king America rebelled against. God damn it. I feel like a fucking idiot now. Oh well. Yeah, the Louis were from France. When they decapitated the French king, the peasant people still thought the kings had magical blood, so they grabbed their handkerchiefs and they dipped their handkerchiefs in the king's blood. Because, you know, royal blood is better than you common folks' blood. You plebeians, you... Plebiscites? What is a plebiscite? Serfs? Plebs? What's a condescending term for a lower class person? You know, those low class people, they grab their scarves and they dip their scarves in the king's blood. Oh my God, I got a handkerchief from Kanye. I was at a Kanye concert and he threw his shirt and I still collect it. You know, it's the modern day pop star celebrity. Oh well. Supposedly before they killed that French king, the people were making pamphlets. And the pamphlets were very mean about the king. They were, you know, it was like, the king is a bad person. But he had run the country kind of bad. I think he was in a bunch of debt. America's in a bunch of debt. I wonder if there's gonna be a revolution. I'm gonna be one of the people who gets killed. Like, I'm not one of the winners in a revolution. I'm not good at, like, rallying people. I gotta get better at that. How do you rally people? Hunker down. Just be like, please leave me alone. I'm not for or against the revolution. I'm just, please leave me alone. I can't choose winners. 2016. I don't think I thought Trump was going to win. I remember laughing in 2015. It was 2015 where he said, nasty woman. I remember laughing like, this guy's kind of funny. Like he's got a on the cuff. He's got kind of a unfiltered kind of view, which is kind of cool, but it's also kind of scary. Because, you know, Donald Trump is very connected to reality. And reality's a fucked up place. I don't think the president's supposed to be connected to reality. I think there's supposed to be, like, layers of bureaucracy that protect him from reality. But you were just saying earlier that the goal of life is to connect to reality. I flip-flop a lot. I apologize. If you pay attention to me for more than like 5 minutes, you'll realize there's literally no consistency in my thoughts. La-di-da, la-di-da. Poor Trump. Poor Trump. What's so fucked up about Trump is, if I was in charge, it'd be worse, actually. So I can't really critique him. I can't even give him advice. It's just like, this thing's fucked, and I don't have a solution to it. So I don't believe in God, but if I did, I'd be like, I pray for you, Trump, because I don't know the answer, and I swear to God, I hope you do something better than what I would do, because I don't have an answer, and I'm pretty much lost on this one. So, part of me is like, society's always been falling apart, right? In the 50s, there was comic books, and the comic books were going to ruin the kids, and now it's the internet. Here's a black cat. It's going to ruin everything, right? The black cat will walk in front of me, and the entire world's going to fall apart. But nothing's happening, right? Remember? Nothing's happening. But the world's falling apart, but nothing's happening. It's a very odd feeling. Hey, black cat. You're gray, actually. So, are you gray? Are you black? I don't know. 60s, it was the drugs. It was Manson. Maybe the Beatles. Those fucking retards, they thought the Beatles were like, they would scream their fucking heads off for the Beatles. Holy shit. What a bunch of idiots. In the 70s, it was what? Did Coke come out in the 70s or 80s? 80s was Coke and crack. 70s was disco music. The world's always falling apart, but the world is not falling apart. I don't know. I don't know. Rome fell. Like what? When did Rome fall? Like 400? 300? 400? America's gonna fall? I don't know. I'm not for it. I'm just trying to guess what's gonna happen. Is America falling? Or will America... Can you find an enemy? Can you just hate the Chinese? Can't we just hate the Chinese? Can't we all unite around our hatred of Chinese people? Or something? I can't stand my neighbors, but I hate the Chinese more. Or the Russians? How about the Russians? To be fair, I don't want to defend Tucker Carlson, but Russia has the same problems America has. It's you got to find someone to hate. They had that same problem. Yeltsin had that problem when the Soviet Union fell. You have to find someone external to hate. Otherwise, you get all these internal problems, which is not good. You want to take your hatred and express it outwards, not inwards. So he started, a war with some southern, was it the Chechens or something? And then he got his ass kicked, which was didn't he get his ass kicked on that one? Or did they lose that one? I have to go look that up. Supposedly, I don't know if this is true, but on a scale of 1 to 10, George Bush, there's like less than a 1% chance he knew about 9/11. I don't think he did it, but whatever. There's actually like a more than 10% chance that Putin tried to blow up his own buildings. That's kind of a story I've heard. I need to look that one up too. I've spent less than an hour looking up World Trade Center conspiracies, so I'm not a World Trade Center conspiracy person, but I did watch this YouTube channel where they'd show VHSs of stuff inside the World Trade Center. There was a mall below the World Trade Center. Did you know that? And it wasn't even really affected by the towers falling, which is really weird. And then there was like a big dining place at the top. What else? Yeah, there's some Latin phrase, who benefits? I should learn my Latin a little better. And the whole conspiracy theory is that Bush benefited from that. I don't want to believe that. But then again, who knows? It's scary to think about. But Putin, supposedly, I don't know if this is true, you have to go look into it. I want to know, what is the conservative opinion on this? What is on a scale of 1 to 100, there's a possibility of stuff, right? Like, I'll never know, but I think it's like less than 1% that 9/11 was, I don't really believe it. It's 99.999% chance it's the story that was told, but I mean, it's more complicated because it's like 15 of the 19 were from Saudi Arabia, and why didn't they get invaded? That's kind of weird, but it just kind of seems like. But I don't think Bush did it, right? I mean, that's. But this one story is that Putin actually had people plant explosives in an apartment building, and then he was going to blame it on terrorists, which is kind of scary. But then that would unite us with, we're just like Russia. We're smart enough to know we need an external enemy. Otherwise, you get fucked. Putin is a smart guy, actually. It's a scary thought. Yeah, I really do. I kind of want to know. Because if someone walks up to me and is like serious about 9/11 conspiracies, I'm like, I don't really want to talk to you. But if someone was like, there's a 10% chance or a 50% chance that Putin tried to blow up his own buildings, is that the 9/11 conspiracy of Russia? I'm interested in, what is the conservative opinion on that? Is that just a conspiracy theory, or is that a 50-50, a 20%, 10%, 1%, 5%? Oh, man. The macro story of Russia, the way I heard it was, they found a bunch of explosives in the bottom of an apartment complex, and then the Putin administration was like, "Hey, we were doing a testing, but it was actually explosives. So you don't use explosives in a test, right?" But I don't know. I mean, that's sorry. Then again, am I now the 9/11 guy? I'm the guy who's like, because I know nothing about buildings, so I don't really have an opinion on that. I mean, I'm just like, it probably was airplanes. Oh, man. Yeah, I should look that up, actually. That'd be interesting. I wonder what, like, the Nazis, if you went to, like, stormfront.com or whatever, I wonder what their opinion on that 99, 2000, whatever that apartment thing is. And then what about your mainstream Republicans? Do they think you did that, or do you think it's... Statistically, 9/11 truthers, lefties or righties? Flat earthers, lefties or righties? Yeltsin getting drunk. I need to get drunk. I'm gonna go biking. I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna turn this thing off, put my GoPro on, and I'll go biking for an hour. The wind in my hair. I'll put ice in my water, and then I'll go biking for an hour. It's gonna be nice. Wind in my hair. Now I feel crazy because I think my gut reaction is I I bet 90% of Americans think that that's a conspiracy theory, that Putin tried to blow up his own building. Now I feel like a 9/11 truther, which I've never been a 9/11 truther, so I'm now a crazy person who believes Putin tried to blow up his own buildings. Damn it. My goal as a human being is to have opinions that other people find pleasurable and appealing. I don't want my opinions to be, out of the mainstream. I want to be in the stream, not out of the stream. It's very dry outside of the stream. In the stream, it's very wet. And I'm a human being. I need water. That's funny. Have you ever tried to go without water for more than a couple days? You will die. So it's very important to be mainstream, not outside of the stream. 9/11 wasn't it? No, okay. I once borrowed a hard drive from a person, and they had this movie called NWO, or it was a 9/11 movie, and I think I watched like 30 minutes of it. And it started with like Wilson in World War I. It was not a very well made documentary. NWO, or what was that 2008 movie that was really famous? It was a World Trade Center. Huh. Oh well. The Red Scare. So there's two versions of reality. One is get people to focus on something stupid, like comic books or the Chinese. And the other version is everybody just fights each other over resources. Which is, both are pretty bad, I guess. He's got all the Coke in Florence. I just want some Coke, man. Can I get some Coke, Coker? Can you give me a couple 8 balls there, buddy? I'm a simple man. All I want is trillions and trillions and billions of dollars. I don't want that much. I just want a harem of like a couple million ladies and a couple $100 billion trillion dollars. I never wanted that much. So, I apologize, Coker. I'm just making fun of your name. It's not... If he ever had a Coke addiction, I don't know the guy. I know nothing about him. I'm just making fun of his name. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He's probably a great person. I'm going to get assassinated later this month by that guy for making this joke. So, don't do that. Don't make fun of random people you don't know. You will die for it. Oh, man. 2000, there was the, is that a conspiracy theory? Did Bush's brother was the Florida governor? Is that a conspiracy? I mean, it's not really a conspiracy. It's just, that's how the world works, right? Like, his brother probably helped him. I mean, it's not a conspiracy, though. What other conspiracies? Kennedy was killed by Oswald, and then Oswald was killed by Ruby. Oswald was just a nut job. From what I've read, or what I've seen like 2 or 3 hours of stuff. I watched a PBS documentary. He seemed like a crazy person. He kind of seemed like me. He would go on a subway, and he would just ride around New York City. So, that's why I made a vow to myself. I'm not going to kill anybody, because, like, I know I'm crazy, so I have to make sure. I mean, I'm okay with walking around or taking a subway, but I make sure not to, I make sure not to do anything too executive. But he was kind of like a crazy guy, right? Like he rode a subway, and then he would jump sides. He was an Ayn Rand objectivist, and then he converted to he moved to Russia for a year. I mean, that guy was nuts. He just jumped around. I wonder if he had crazy eyes. Probably did. Like that guy from Moscow, Idaho. Or that one Colorado guy with the weird hair. Oh man, shit. So I wasn't around for when TJ's was around, but I'm assuming it was like a community and they had 1,000 employees and they all sat around sewing t-shirts and they sold them all around the US. And they're like, we're a community. And then someone found out that they could move the factory to Mexico and pay the Mexican workers like 1/4 as much. And then they're like, hey, you're a community. Well, you guys charge too much, so we're going to move this to fucking Mexico. And then 1,000 people lost their jobs around here. So I don't trust communities. I think the goal was to always look to try and undercut everything. Like, you should always be looking for who's the next Mexican I can hire to replace the expensive, like lawyers are getting replaced by AI. Doctors are being replaced by those, what are those places where Hardee's is? The nurse practitioner, whatever. Now, the positive answer would be that doctors have a harder job now, and instead of wasting their time doing like boo-boos, they're only doing like big picture stuff, and the nurse practitioners are doing the I've got the flu. A doctor doesn't need to see you if you have the flu. A nurse practitioner, I guess, can do that, maybe. Maybe you should be more optimistic about this. That could be true. A lawyer doesn't need to be involved in a simple will, right? Or maybe they do, I don't know. There's like a website for doing that now, or the low-level lawyer stuff can be done with AI. Now, the high-level stuff, the penumbras, you know what a penumbra is? I don't. I heard the word once, and I still don't know what it means. Penumbra. If I want to sound smart, I say the word penumbra, and people are like, that guy's smart. He used the word penumbra. I think that was like a constitutional thing, right? Like penumbra of rights or something, or did they put fucking Roe v. Wade in penumbras? They somehow fit that one in there somehow. I don't know how you fit any of that in any of it. Freedom of speech. You can't scream fire in a movie theater. I mean, I haven't been to a movie since 2013. I went and saw Elysium. That was the last movie I saw in a theater. So I don't know what these people are talking about. Screaming fire in a theater. What's a theater? You mean like Netflix? Or what? I think what they're saying is you can't go around going like, you couldn't go into a crowded area with a gun that shoots blanks. You couldn't do that. That would be deleterious deleterious, is that a word? Bad. It would be bad for the hundreds of people. Stuff like that, right? You're not allowed to do bad things, right? But then there's freedom of speech. Yeah, I don't know. Look, yeah, freedom of speech, but you can't go saying, hey, look, the mayor looks funny. That's bad for the public image. If I said the mayor has a funny face, or I don't know what his face looks like, or Trump has a funny face, you're not free to say that because it's bad for the public, welfare, right? If people go around thinking, hey, you can just make fun of people's faces, pretty soon the whole society falls apart, right? My name is Borat. I bring fake, disclaimer that gun joke was the idea that like Borat would go into a crowded, he'd have a fake gun. You can't do that. That fucking creeps with people, right? You can't do that. That would not be funny, Borat. On the other hand, I don't know. It's a good question. Freedom of speech. How far does it go each way? Like, I know there's some right-wing people, like some NRA people, and they're like, if I was walking around, I don't have a rifle on my back, but I've seen this thing before, like where people will just walk around with a rifle on their back. Statistically, I don't see rifles with people. And if a cop pulled up to me, he's like, why are you got a rifle on your back? I'd be like, I understand, that's kind of weird. I don't see that a lot. But it's technically a right, isn't it? Like, technically, if I had a permit and shit, but it's weird. And it looks kind of scary. It looked terrifying, like a person just walking around with a rifle on their back. Now, if they were a security person, I guess it would be okay, right? If Elon Musk came to Florence and he had 2 guys with him and they each had MP5s and they had permits, that'd be okay, right? I don't know. What is the legality of that? If you have a machine gun license, are you allowed to just carry it around? If you have the license, you're allowed to carry it anywhere you want. Because is an MP5 a machine gun? It's a submachine gun, right? Or is it semi-auto and whatever? This is not that important. This is going to be like the Warriors in the 80s. You're going to walk around Florence and everybody's going to have a gun on their hip. It's going to be a bunch of gangs. It's going to be kind of cool. I'm trying to walk around Florence and I get mugged like 50 times. It's going to be like New York Park in the 80s. Or the 70s or the 60s. I got this. Is he coming? What is he doing? I'm just trying to walk around the city, and you get like hassled by 5 gangs. There's the there's the Walmart gang, then there's the I don't know, whatever gangs there would be. Oh, shit. I'm not touching reality. I'm floundering in a pool. I'm exerting tons of energy just to try and keep my head above the water. Shit. There's nothing happening. There's literally nothing happening. You're literally insane, dude. You're literally insane. Also, Elon Musk is not coming to Florence, so no one's going to have a fucking MP5 or a... Yeah. In Texas, was that like a Texas thing where the people would like go to a bar with a gun or something? They don't even really have bars around here, do they? Are there bars in Florence? Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't like bars, so fuck it. It's restaurants, right? It's all restaurants. That guy's up to no good. He's driving a motorcycle. So that's why I walk around. I walk around because I like to remind myself that no matter how bad I think things are, there's actually nothing happening. It's all just in my head. And on the internet, and Fox News, and NPR, and books. I guess you gotta focus on what's going around you, you know. There's no Shay, there's no bacon, there's no... Was it Shay, bacon, and whiskey? Shay, bacon was in 1670, Bacon, Shay and whiskey were around the time of Washington. That car gonna hit me? Can't tell. How about a rubber? It would be a rubber analogy. So the people in charge go around fucking, and they're looking for people who will be their rubbers, which is a way of saying, you know, protection, disposable protection. That would be an analogy. You know, I thought Trump was just like some elitist asshole, but the way he grabbed an AR-15 on January 4th, I knew he was the real deal when I saw him right in the front with an AR-15. I knew he wasn't a lead from the rear sort of guy, you know. Funny. Now will the Trump voters hate you? La-di-da, la-di-da. You had an I always try and do an anti-Obama joke if I'm going to do an anti-Trump joke. Let me think. Do I have an anti-Obama joke? I mean, he wasn't even really black, so it's hard to do. He was just like he was kind of like a white president from 20 or 30 years ago. He was just really calm and collected, but he was doing an impression of a president from the past. He wasn't touching reality. He was a simulacra of a president. So that's why people didn't like him, because he was doing an impression of a president. He said the right things, but he was not connected to reality. So, does that work? I don't know, maybe. Does that pardon me from my Trump joke? That heroic Trump in the front. Was it January 4th? Fuck it. It's like Zelensky. Zelensky's doing like his Churchill impression, but he's not really Churchill. He's just doing an impression. He's an actor. He's like, how would a leader act? But he's not a leader, right? I think that's what the right hates him for, because it's one of those things where, like, if a person acts like a leader, but they're not a leader, it's the difference between being something versus pretending to be something. Which is, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. Oh man, here's some alcohol. I truck driving. What is it? 2 o'clock? 1:30? 3:20. You have zero connection to reality. You lost track of reality somewhere along the way. 3:20? Really? You walked for an hour and 55 minutes. And you'll go biking for an hour. Oh man, Not good. Not good. Prayer, the original wireless connection. One of my big problems with the religion is I'm a human being. If I'm hungry, I go get something to eat. Why did God create this world? There's no reason for him to create anything. So he clearly has desires. So I don't know, I was just curious if you are religious, is that a legitimate thing to point out? Like, you know, I drink water because I'm thirsty and I need water to live. I need food to eat. I mean, I have a big fat belly. I could live like a couple weeks without food, but you know, I need air. But there's no reason for God to create things. So I don't know, that's something to think about. That's why I think this world is like GTA. I think God created this world in more like a video game, but I don't know if that's good or bad. Because I feel like an NPC. I'm pretty sure I'm just a hooker that gets like fucked, and then, you know, the person's like, they fuck me and then they take the money out. You know, it's kind of a bad gig. I should have been one of them pay to play, or one of them whales that comes in here and does whatever the fuck they want. I've got my fishnet bright orange shirt on. It says, you know, when the pay to play people come in here, they're like, hey, there's an orange shirt guy, let's go run him over. It's kind of fun, you know. Oh, man. So I should wear like a gray shirt, and then they won't run me over, maybe? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm an NPC in a video game. Everything I do is scripted. By Todd Howard. Yes, it is. Or God. God is the scripter. Todd, God. Hey, they rhyme, okay? Todd, God. My name is Todd Howard. I invented the universe. I think you're like 5 or 10 years behind. I think they did all this shit in like Westworld. That's like a 10-year-old show now, right? You're way behind on the they had fucking Blade Runner. Remember Blade Runner? They had like AIs and stuff. None of this is real. You're so fucking behind, dude. Do. Copy pasted houses, copy pasted trees, copy pasted roads. It's like playing Sim City. Someone just threw some streets down. Mailboxes, copy paste, numbers. Yeah, I really need to get back on a bicycle, because when I'm biking, I don't have the time to think about stupid shit. I'm worried about getting run over. Get back on that bicycle, buddy. Get back on that bicycle. Snickers? Marlboros? Lines, mailboxes. Please don't shit on my lawn. Subliminal messages. I'm surrounded by I should have never shat on that guy's lawn. He thinks it was a dog. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You ended up being a crazy person. Da 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 da. God damn it. It's Todd's fault, man. I fucking blame Todd, okay? Alright. Clarence Thomas? Clarence Thomas was the judge guy. Clarence Darrow? Or he was also in the Scopes monkey trial, and that was in Tennessee. I don't believe in evolution because, I mean, if you look at the world, this is the exact same world we were around in back in 2,000 years ago. Nothing's changed. I mean, it's the same centurions, it's the same horses. The houses look the same. You know, Rome is still around. Not one thing has changed. There is no movement forward or backward. Everything is, there's still 4 seasons. There's still 365 days in a year. The moon, what's the moon doing? Okay, the moon disappeared. There used to be this thing called the moon, and now it doesn't exist anymore. I'd have to look at a lunar calendar or something. Now I'm fucking dizzy. Holy shit. I turned around twice and I'm fucking dizzy. Holy fucking shit. So it's probably, the moon didn't disappear. It's just like a cycle, probably. Probably a cycle. You know, there's a full moon and there's a zero moon. What is today, like the 3rd or the 2nd? I think it's the 3rd, right? Thought I could burp and I couldn't. The worst is when you want to burp and you have like acid and you're scared you'll throw up a little bit. That's when you eat too much. Sometimes I eat too much, I guess, and I have some acid food or something. Like pizza, something with like, sometimes that happens. That's not good. Because, you know, you don't want to throw up in public because it makes you look like a alcoholic or something. And I'm not an alcoholic, I don't think. So, I'm just trying to force myself to burp because it feels really good to burp. It's like a really good feeling. It's like a pressure release. And farting. Farting's the same way. La-di-da, la-di-da. Woof. Wiener dog. What else you got? Anything? Nope. Just more degenerate ramblings from an insane person. God damn it. I need to make some fake photos. Yeah, that was one of my jokes I always like to do is, that one fellow from Moscow, I was like, you know, just as a short story idea, you try and take the, yeah, it's not funny. You gotta do some smiley photos. Smiley, yeah, even your smiley photos, they're gonna look creepy. God damn it. Okay, so bicycle, ice. Gonna take a shit, maybe? Maybe take a shit, I don't know. Take a piss, definitely. Drink some water. Grab the bicycle. Grab the GoPro. It's like 3:30, 4? It's 4 o'clock probably. 3:30. I am the seeker. Okay there, Dolly Parton. So that was pretty mediocre, actually. Oh well. Like a good neighbor, Iran is there. Nope. All terrible jokes. All should be burned at the stake. Damn it. Little do you realize, I just wanted an excuse to go walking. I'm not actually a comedian. I'm just a person who enjoys walking. And if I walked as much as I want to, I'd look crazy. So I pretend that I'm actually telling jokes, but I'm not. These are just written by AI. I got a ChatGPT. There's a big script in my head, maybe. I've only used ChatGPT for like 10 minutes. I should probably use it more. Oh man, okay, so that's the end of this, I guess. Like a good neighbor. Who's the leader of Iran now? Is it still that same guy who... They used to have that one guy, he looked okay, right? Is it like an Ayatollah now? Well, that's the end of this bullshit.
kindly judge your honor.
Thought it was a grenade. closer, actually. Ah.
Head west on West Rash Road.
Warning gas. That's hard to get around, I bet. How do you get in there? What a bunch of retards. That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen something dumber than that thing right there. They gotta be joking, right? It's a fucking joke, right? Oh shit, I need some water. That was further that way. Is it gonna send me to the subdivision or something? Or is this a fucking... Where am I going? Huh.
Head north on Augusta Street, Pamplin Avenue toward West Rash Road, then turn left onto West Rash Road. Forks of Cypress may be closed.
I'm not going back. I'm fucking back down that hill. Fuck that shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. you